Hey chat, what's going on? Hang on a second here. I just want to make sure everything is good. I have a fan on, and the fan is a little higher than normal for speed. So if you guys happen to hear any background noise, any humming or what have you, it's the fan. I'm not going to turn it down because it's too hot here. We still have no rain in the forecast. It's been over 2 months now. Oh, I want to show you guys if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it. What was that person's name? I'm a little over halfway done mastering chapter 10 of the audiobook that I've been recording. So we're almost done. I should be done this evening, hopefully. Excuse me. So, where I live as of this afternoon, we have our first wildfire, which is not good. Still not under control. It's probably been about 6 hours now, 7 hours. It's not good. Not only have they done a fire ban and a walking ban, like a hiking ban through the forests or whatnot, but they've also banned drone use now because it interferes with the firefighters. So that's not good. They've shut down an entire industrial park and sent everybody home. Trying to find. Oh, Western Canada also just put a firefighter behind bars for 30 days of starting forest fires. Firefighter went around for 30 days lighting fires. It's like some backdraft nonsense. I'm still trying to find. I'm still trying. Man, where'd it go? I can't find it. Let me see. Let me see if it's on YouTube. We're waiting for people to log in, by the way. That's not it. Oh my goodness, why can't I find this? I'm still looking for it, chat. I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna find it. I had it earlier. I gotta keep an eye on who's on, too. Nobody on yet. Okay. Hope you guys are doing well. Oh, hang on now. Hello there. Uh, I'm okay, I guess. We're just over 2 months of no rain, no water, so it's wild. We have our first forest fire that started this afternoon and shut down an entire industrial park, so that's going on right now. Not cool. Um, yeah. Other than that, I guess things are okay. The fire's not near me, so at least not yet, so that's good. It is very. I don't remember if we've ever had a forest fire in this neck. We had a small one that was man-made accidentally because a house caught on fire and it spread. But as far as like what they would label a forest fire, I don't recall the last one, if any. It's just it's gross. I saw a side-by-side photo today of a lake in the area of what it was 6 months ago and what it is right now. And holy smokes, is it gross. Like half the water's missing. You can see a whole lot more of the belly of the. It's just it's you can tell there's just no water, which is interesting because they haven't put out a water warning like they normally do. Which is interesting. Normally, over the last 2 years or last 3 years, by July they've had water warnings saying use water sparingly. Uh, that hasn't come out, so I'm not sure what's going on because this has been the worst heat we've had, but yet there's no water warning. I would have thought those would have hit first. I haven't seen anybody at the moment. You're the first person that I've seen, as far as anybody who might need enclave stuff. Okay, that's good. That's good. Yeah, I haven't seen S yet. I haven't seen Annie yet either. Oh, I didn't realize they were family. Oh, wow. Okay. No idea. Hey, Samwise. I'm in eastern Canada. They have forest fires in New Brunswick, Newfoundland, Nova Scotia, and I think Prince Edward Island is on warning. This is going on over in Saskatchewan right now. So Canada's kind of lit up. This is my cousin. My cousin's a firefighter over here. Nope, I know, higher population is here. Still trying to find what I wanted to show you guys. I can't find it though. Nope, I can't find it and I can't think of the person's name. All right, I'm going to stop looking. That's going to bug me. I'll be at that forever. Anyways, point is, the weather's not good here. There's a Zephyra, Zephyra. Mm-hmm. No, we still have time. Nobody's on. So we're just waiting, chat. I know it's not exciting. If you guys have some more excitement you want to watch, feel free. We have like 20 minutes before people start coming on. Six armor, two stamina. 6 armor, 2 strength. So, do we take away 30 health and 18 parry? For 2 stamina, physical crit, hit rating? No, probably not, right? No, probably not. Stamina's already over 30, strength is 28. We lose 2 strength, it goes down to 26. We can't put anything back on. This person is 37. They're not going to get any XP with us. Nope, still nobody on. What time is it? 8:43. Oh, so we still got like 15 minutes. That's fine. Excuse me. So, for those who might be wondering, if you want to start the quest line for this content, you have to go over to the waterfall here. Yeah, for sure. You want to go to the waterfall out here from town. Town's over here. So you want to come down the lift. You want to run over this way to the waterfall type area. I don't know what you want to call it. Aqueduct or something. Climb up that and go into the outpost in the mountain. You'll see a cave opening. Talk to those NPCs. And then when that's done, if you look at the smoldering trench here, right here is the dead body. And down here on the ground should be a little backpack, and the backpack is where you actually start the quest line. Just in case you didn't know where to go. But it should be right here. You'll know if you're in the right trench, because if the bag is there, the body will be here. And then there's also perception triggers for all of these watchtowers. So this tower, that tower, that tower, that tower, that tower, the tower over here, the tower up front here. We don't know what they do yet, but each of these watchtowers give you a perception trigger with a bit of lore or a bit of information. Just so you know. There's also an NPC in the trench here somewheres. I think they're over here, but we don't know what they do because they don't openly talk to anybody that I know of. but they do exist. But we'd like to be able to go into the Enclave tonight to work on our updates, but we have to see who's going to be available. If we don't have the people, we'll have to change plans. Well, I mean, we only have two options. We either Enclave or we trench. All of us are on this quest at the moment. Still waiting for people, chat. We can't do anything without people. We need people. Same people over and over again. Same 6 people every day. Do do you have rotating off days or the same? Are you Monday to Friday? So you're off Thursday, Friday, Saturday? Okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. I wouldn't mind being Sunday to Wednesday with Thursday, Friday, Saturday off, but sadly that is not the case. I would choose to work 4 days in a heartbeat. I don't care if it was 12-hour shifts. Could care less. Just 4 days a week, give me 3 off, I'm good. How do people of Canada feel about Trump? I mean, from what I know and my experience of talking with people across the country, we have all the same feelings that any person. There's some people like what he's done. Some people like some of the stuff he's done. Some people don't like some of the stuff he's done. Some people don't like anything he's done. Some people love everything he does. Some people hate everything he does. Um, me personally, I wish he wasn't as blowhardish when he's given his press conferences. I wish he was a little bit more focused and would stop repeating. Like, you know how he'll say something like, oh, da, 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 we put the border, we put the wall up and it blocked, oh, that wall, blah, 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 oh, and that wall is just like, he keeps repeating 3 or 4 times the same point before I wish he would stop doing that. I like some of the stuff he's done because I understand where he's coming from. Like, I understand that he's trying to build the US up with no interference from anybody else. That's why the world's a little hesitant right now. Now, am I saying that because I think the world's going to grow on Trump? No, probably not. People are going to be set in their ways. However, there has never been a president of the United States of America that has hit it out of the park 100%. Nobody. So, some stuff he's done great. Other stuff he's done horribly. Some stuff you'll never know about. All the presidents do that. Barack did that, or Obama did that, Clinton did that, Bush did that. They do all sorts of stuff in an office where they don't tell anybody except maybe 7 people. And those 7 people go and tell their people to do certain things, and we never hear about it. So there's that too. Me personally, as long as the U.S. is put in a better position and Canada is not negatively impacted, I'm fine with whatever I'm fine with whatever he does. Like, so for example, we have our own security when it comes to immigrants, let's say, or people coming into the country, whether it's legal or illegal. We have a threshold as well as to how many we can bring in each year legally, because we can only bring in as many people as we know we can distribute them. If we can't distribute them to proper areas where they can make a living, they're not going to bring those people in because we're going to end up putting them in the middle of nowheres with no resources. You can't do that. You also can't overcrowd main cities or major cities. Here in Canada, even though we're the second largest geographical country behind Russia, we have 1/10 of the population of the U.S. These are rough numbers. The U.S. has 400 million people. We have 40 million people, even though we have a larger landmass. But that's because the middle and the northern area of Canada is pretty barren. We have a couple of territories up there, a handful of communities, but no major cities. You can't really do a lot of stuff with the center and northern part of Canada without a lot of renovation. You'd have to bulldoze tundra, swamp. It would be a massive undertaking to dry up northern Canada and start building highways, new cities, and so on. That's going to be there forever. Canada, I don't think will ever populate greatly in the upper half. Now, the reason why I'm saying this, the people that came up from south of the border, south of the American border into the country, I understand on their behalf why they're doing it. They're running away from the evil, which is the only other term you can use, that's going on down there. The cartels, the cartels operate like religion, you know? They have their sects, SECT. They have their different things. They all operate differently. They have their own guidelines, their own rules. Some don't like others. Some tried, whatever. Point is, they don't like the innocent. You know, you got drug mules. You got people who end up getting kidnapped and they end up getting cut open and they end up getting jammed full of drugs, and they're told that if they don't make it successfully into the U.S., their family's going to die. It's a whole bunch of stuff that goes on that just would make the average person probably vomit. Now, with that said, people on the other side will go, yeah, but these people have been in America for 20 years. They've raised a family. They have kids. Maybe they don't work at a Starbucks making minimum wage and they end up working on a farm picking produce or what have you and don't make a lot of money. They've never done anything wrong. They've never bent the law. It's a very large gray area, because then you have to come down to taking people at their word. And with all the nonsense that's going on right now everywheres in the world about people's words, you can't take them. So it's unfortunate that the people who can't prove that they are legal citizens of a given area are being removed, unfortunately, unceremoniously from said area. Now, I don't have an ear to the ground in all 50 states. So I have no idea how every situation is being played out. I don't know if stuff is shady. I don't know if it's all legit. I don't know if people are blowing things up like, not blowing things up like explosive, blowing things up like exaggerating. I have no idea. But I can understand from Trump's perspective that he would want all Americans in the country figure out what holes this whole clearance has caused, and then fill those holes with legitimate individuals, because they are getting, unfortunately, the cartel and gang members who come up with the innocents. It's like Hamas over in the Middle East, right? You've got, hypothetically, you've got 500 Hamas, you've got 50,000 Palestinians, okay? Just think about it. This many Hamas, this many Palestinians, right? Then Israel comes along and says, well, you know what? We're just going to take everybody out. We only need this many people, but we're just going to take everybody out. Like, I spent the whole day today listening to interviews with 3 doctors and 2 soldiers who just came back to North America from that region. Holy smokes, man, the stuff that they're talking about. None of them know each other, all 5 different interviews, and they all said the same thing. It was disgusting. I'm going to keep those opinions to myself. But anyways, getting back to the whole Trump thing, I understand where he's coming from. He's not doing what he's doing to have the country hate him. He doesn't want that. He's a celebrity. He wants the attention. Now, he might turn around and say all press is good press, whether you hate him, whether you like him, whatever. But he's not trying to have 399 million other people dislike him. He wants to tell the American people, hey, this is how you've lived for the last 100 years. This is the way we should be living. Let's do this and not have any of this interference. The problem is he's got a lot of political interference from politicians, not the public, the politicians. They're the issue because they're hard set on making their money. That's what it comes down to. And that's a discussion for one of those political streamers out there like Hassan, or who else does politics? Michael Malice, somebody. Anyways, whatever. It's just my opinion. But we have all the same feelings up here that you guys have in the States. So, just smaller scale. It's no different than the Canadian government. A lot of us don't like our Canadian government. A lot of us love our Canadian government currently. You can't please everybody with politics. You have to aim for the majority, right? You always have to aim for the majority. Why is everybody so loud in my ear? Hang on a second, guys. People just jumped in and they are so loud. Why don't you FedEx me some Arby's? I don't have any Arby's. They make all them ham sandwiches, right? How do you feel about Trump, Samwise? Obviously, honest opinions. Okay. Yeah. My personal opinion of Trump is this. I like some of the stuff he's doing. I don't like some of the stuff that he's not doing because of politicians. So, that I will say. The border, I'm all for it. It's unfortunate that the southern countries have their issues, but the US, Canada, England, they don't deserve to have those issues come to them, right? They don't deserve it, regardless. There's no reason an American living as an American, doing their job, having their family, whatever, should have to entertain any sort of evil that comes from another country. They shouldn't. So as far as putting the wall up, he did the right thing. And it's not a mean thing to say. If you're in your feelings, it was an evil thing to do. But if you're in your common sense, it was the right thing to do. That's just all there is to it. I've seen so much footage of how the cartels operate. I've seen the murders, I've seen the assassinations, I've seen the dismemberments, I've seen all of it. Hundreds and hundreds of videos over the last 6 years, 5 years, 6 years. I've seen it all. It's unfortunate, but keep that wall up. They've had almost nobody come into the country since the wall's been up from the southern countries. Now, with that said, the cartels are getting smarter because they're outsourcing all their drug material from China. China's sending it through the Southern Ocean to South America. They're picking the stuff up there, they're making it, they're moving it to the West Coast, and they're taking it by ship up to British Columbia, and they're coming in through Western Canada because they can't get in through the States, and then they just funnel down into the States. But the issue is, people are saying, oh, the main source of fentanyl is coming from Canada. No, it's not. The amount of fentanyl from Canada is like 0.1% of what the United States is getting. You guys are still getting it in from the 3 other borders. But that's what they're doing now. They're trying to push more into Western Canada and send it down into the U.S. But the wall for America was a smart move. It was a smart move, and it was the right move. You can't have a million people a year come through the border with anywhere from 1 to 500 cartel members. You can't do that. I've seen all the stories in the U.S. too. I've seen all the stuff that they don't tell you on CNN and NBC. You can go find it. You can go look up other newspapers based off other countries that have footholds all through the U.S. I've seen everything. I've seen the immigrants that have come in and murdered and sexually assaulted and robbed and beat up and killed. I've seen all the stories. I've seen all the stories. Crime is down in the U.S. That's been proven. Both sides agree that crime is down. Hey, hang on a second, guys. Well, I've been looking for S, but I haven't seen Essian on yet. I'm thinking he might be on. Being that it's 8 p.m. Eastern now, he might be on in the next 30 minutes. Yeah, which I think is normal for him. I don't think we're going to see Anna or Wand because of whatever they're dealing with in reality. So I don't think we'll see them on. Um, I've been looking for Jeb. Jeb isn't on yet either, but I think Jeb logs in late as well. And then I was looking for Cull, and I don't see Cull yet either. So there was just myself, and then Carrie came on. Then Pokey jumped in channel, but he's working. And then you came on, and I haven't seen or heard from anybody else. So as of right now, I mean, honestly, looking at the Who's list, because I've been watching it for the last like hour and a half, I don't think we can have a solid group together, even if we wanted to do Trench. So we might want to keep watching the Who until Carrie gets back and then play from there. Maybe if you got something you want to get out of the way in the next 15, 20 minutes rather than do it later tonight, by all means do that. And if not, we can just chill here and wait for more people to log in, hopefully. I can also jump over to the other shard, I guess, and we can check and see who's over there. It's a lower population, and they're probably mostly grouped, but I don't mind jumping over to look. Oh, hey, Lost, what's happening? I generally like him. He does more policies that I agree with more than Harris, but that is a personal thing, and I can understand this. Yeah. Again, I've told all my American friends this. Well, whether it was in game or real life, it does just anything you might like. I'm in the middle of finishing up one of my recordings, so I had to stop it halfway through because I realized what time it was and I had to start streaming. So if I had time right now, I would go and continue that. I don't have time because it would take longer than the time I would have free. So if you have anything at all you need to do it now. I don't have to do anything. I'm just sitting here chatting. Oh, Essien just logged in. Send him an invite. His name just popped up. Don't ask him, just send it. Hey, I'm guessing Lost, you're not going to be in game. I was talking to Carrie earlier, and Carrie and I were thinking that we probably weren't going to see us. But yeah, sorry. As I was saying, what I've told all my American friends is that as long as whatever Trump does puts you guys in a positive position, even if it moves the needle a hair, I'm cool. I'm cool with whatever he does. I know what he's trying to do. There's some stuff he's not going to be able to do. He wants to bring manufacturing back to the US. That's not going to work because you're not going to get enough people to go to work in the factories for the wages that the companies are going to want to pay you. It's not going to happen. People be like, nope, I'd rather sit at home and collect my money. And that's unfortunate. Now, I have nothing against somebody on social service. We have social service up here as well, or social security, what have you. If somebody's on that, that's fine. If you physically can't work, if you've hit the age of retirement and whatnot, I get it. But if you're fully capable of working and you're not retired and you're sitting on your butt collecting a check, I personally myself am not cool with that because I've worked my ass off for since I was 14 years old. I refuse to take advantage of sitting on my tail collecting a government check when I can go out and do stuff myself. But that's just me. You can hate me, whatever, don't care. That won't change. If you're physically able to do a job and you're not retired, like if you're capable of doing something and you're choosing to stay at home, you do you, but I have an issue with it. I've worked for my shit. I worked for my credit. I worked for my house. I've worked for whatever I've gotten. Nothing's been handed to me. I came from a time when my mom had to go to the neighbors and bum shit. So, nobody needs to talk to me about sitting on your butt collecting a check and not doing anything when you 100% can. I'm not listening to it. And I've got a surgically reconstructed spine. There you go. I won't be able to focus. Would probably have several AFKs to handle things. Yeah. No problem, man. No problem. Now, someone may turn around and say, oh, yeah, but if you say that about the government checks, what about universal basic income? Because that's being talked about here in Canada and the US as well. If universal basic income is brought in, I'm all on board with that. Because what that does is, if you're working, but you're not making, if this is where you need to be, what we would consider cost of living, and you're getting paid this, and UBI is going to bring you up here, I'm all for it. But if you're sitting here, or if this is where you're supposed to be, and you're sitting here collecting a check when you know you could be working, and you don't get UBI because you're not employed, don't go complaining. That's all. That's all I'm saying. That's all. I keep watching. Who did I just see? We're still working on people chat. It's going to take a bit. You got to be patient. When we're up into the end game, it gets more difficult to find people. We're sending tells chat. We're trying to see who we can convince to come along with us. That's for the tier 3 crafting. Yeah, that's in lower Halnirs. What quest step is the one that takes place after the glyphs where you have to kill Syndril and the pet drops the seal? Is it a seal? I don't remember. What step is after the glyph step? The ones with the big glyphs on the wall. Yeah, that's I think what most of us are on, is to rebind the voice. I'm talking with a couple of people and I'm trying to find out where they are in the quest line. But one of them's telling me that they're on the matron step. So I said, "Is that the Syndrel update where you had to kill Syndrel?" And they said it's the one. Yeah, they said right, and we had to loot something, but wasn't it a stone? Yeah. Yep, you guessed it, chat. It was starting to go down the wrong way. Oh. I had a thought. I was going to say something different. I was taking a drink all at the same time. I paused, and when I paused, I could feel the coffee start to drip down the wrong pipe, and I thought, uh-oh, I'm going to spit all over my monitor. Oh, sorry. We're good, though. We're good. I'm on the cliff in the back of the trench. Like, where we normally camp in the back, but I'm on the upper ledge. How are you up above me? I don't see neither one of you, but I see an Alicia who just grabbed a whole bunch of ads. I'm in. Yeah, I'm in the back, by the back ramp, but I'm not on the lower ledge. I'm on the upper ledge where it's safe. Oh, there's Essien. Yes, Aerodune. Excuse me. Those are the only two. They don't do anything different. It's the same mob for the same thing, and I'm sure they'll probably do some sort of anniversary quest, but don't worry about his blurb, but I might have an adventure for you in the future. That'll be a time will tell thing. They just put him in there for the faithful who knew who Brad was. Can we? Well, I mean, yeah, okay. We can start. Shut up. Yeah, how rude. That would be a thing. I won't fight the pet for aggro, so. Yeah. Not at all. We're trying to do something, chat, so we're not sitting on our thumbs while we wait for more people. I know, right? It's almost like something should be nerfed and not the warrior. I'll tell you one thing. Yes. With these cinder wolves, if you can, Bob. So when you go to summon your pet, can you stand? Can you get your pet to do it so that if the mob goes to your pet, it's not looking at you two? Yeah, like that. That's perfect. I don't know. I I remember as a raiding cleric in 2001 or 2002 when most of the warriors that were at endgame went on strike because of all the crying and complaining the paladins and shadow knights did to get patched and updated to have more stone skins and mitigation and blah blah blah. Meanwhile, the warriors saw nothing. What'd you say? Run it off. But yeah, I remember when they all went on strike and I couldn't find a warrior for 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks. They all stopped playing. They all went to different tunes. All because they were fed up with the hybrids getting all their updates. So periodically, maybe you've heard me say something like hybrids are a bunch of whiners. That's why. It comes from that. That's like PTSD to me. So that's why I make jokes about hybrids all the time, and I keep saying they're whiners. And lame tunes because they all cried and complained they weren't warriors 20 years ago. Hey Rory, what's going on? How you doing? How's your Tuesday? Zero. Hey, Bobza, if this guy moves again... Just trying to split that guy so that you could break into that camp. I had him far enough away, but he's leashed. Hang on a second. My name's Krushnek, by the way. Don't forget it. I told you, they built this game around me. I've said this 100 times. It's more proof, chat. They're building the game around me. I'm telling you, there's nobody better. Hang on. We're watching that fanatic. Go ahead and lull this fanatic, if you can. Oh, you guys are so fail. No, it's too close. Nah, he's too close. Gonna watch you. Nope, nope, nope. You're taking short walks. Short walks don't help me. Hang on. What is this guy doing? He's stuttering his step for some reason. All is well, we'll hop in game once off work. I gotcha. I hear ya. There's a few people that are working right now that will be jumping in when they get off work. Yo, screw you guys. What are you talking about? Screw you guys. That's all right. That's all right. Essien and I will just go around killing all the Cinderful. That's fine. I'll pull him. I'll pull him. He'll nuke him. Hopefully he keeps me up. Hey, that's what you said. It's not my fault. First impression. You're pretty sure? Who? Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. We have a bad habit of the re-dingers. Oh, you're right. This should be. Ding dong, the level's dead. Too corny. That's the motto. Excuse me. one. Sorry guys, my fridge is running. I gotta go catch it. Chat, what are you guys up to? What's going on? Anybody looking forward to the update? I think it's tomorrow, right? The patch? Or is it the weekend? No, I think they do it on Wednesdays now, right? Need mana, chat. I don't need mana, but they need mana. Now, hopefully, it looks like my stream went out last night for like 2 hours on Twitch. I don't know what happened there, but I took a look at the VOD this morning, and the whole middle section for like 2 hours is just nothing. So whatever happened last night with Twitch, it took me down for half the stream. Oh, hey man. Yeah, you too. Sorry, I didn't hear you jump in. I might have had my headphones off. Have a good evening. Just give me 1 second, guys. I'm being flooded with some tells. I just want to answer them. I keep trying to type during the combats, but it's not working. Crush is popular. Yeah, Crush is popular, and I have some tells that I keep getting hit with that I'm trying to answer. So, Enchanter, pet it up while I'm doing this. Okay, I'm done. Thank you. It gets hard to type when you're a tank. Yeah, yeah. Hey, if Duke Nukem couldn't do it. Remember, he was all out of gum. Must be nice. Yeah, yeah. I can't help it, man. I know like 90% of the server. I can't help it. Nope. No, you can't. I actually had two people ask me last night ask me a bunch of information about how to play a warrior. I was like, I'm feeling pretty good right now. When is Charm coming? When is Charm coming? When is Charm coming? Do you know when Charm is coming? By the way, when is Charm coming? I know we can mez when we have a pet already that's overpowered, but when is Charm coming? I really need Charm. I'm not doing a good job without Charm. Oh, about that Charm. You know what? You know what? I want the bard to have a charm. I want the bard to have to play a flute and hypnotize and rub it in the enchanter's face. That's what I want. The enchanter pet... Yeah, the enchanter pet in EQ can't tank anything. It's minor utility. Yet this pet can tank like it's a fully geared out raid. Like, come on, shut up about charm already. That's funny. Man, you know how many times that conversation has come up? Every time. Every time I'm grouped with any enchanter, everybody starts asking me about that shit, and it's like, stop. And I half of them are doing it on purpose. Yeah, that's it. We're on the internet because people love other people. Yeah, sure. almost dropped me a couple of times. Yeah, excuse me. I was 32 also. I would say he probably does it so that he can focus on other stuff if he has to move around or whatnot. How long does the bubble last for? Is it damage related or time? Okay. Excuse me. Okay, gotcha. Does it stop ailments? Like if there's a stun attack coming in, would it stop the stun, or does the target still get stunned, it just takes no damage, or gets the damage absorbed? Okay. I'm wondering, next time we encounter one of the golems inside the Enclave, I'd like to test the double hand smash with the bubble to see what happens. He usually does it like a few seconds into the fight. Excuse me. What do you want me to do? Whew, man. It's a lot of action. A lot of action. I think he said both his client and the PC. Man, are we ever going to be able to get to 50 again? I don't think so. The gloves and the bracers don't add anything, and we don't know if there's any legs on the raid mob. There have to be legs. There's no way they would put a breastplate or shoulders on the raid mob. There's no way. There has to be legs on the raid mob. As far as I know, the legs don't drop off any other mob in the zone or in the enclave, except for the healer legs, which serve no purpose to a warrior. And if you put them on a warrior, you're doing it wrong, and I don't want to talk to you. I love tanking, chat. The warrior's amazing. Yeah, we gotta get legs. I need legs to match the breastplate. That two-tone is driving me nuts. Alright, we'll open up the group damage now. Funny how that works. I can charge into a mob that's CC'd, and I can unload on it with no stun, and the CC won't break. But I walk up to something and just auto-attack it, and it breaks every time. I didn't realize we had any more undead. And then I saw this guy, and I was like, okay, we'll get this guy first. Like, just weave him in every other mob. Heal, 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 nuke, nuke, nuke. Heal, 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 nuke, nuke, nuke. Heal, heal. Hey, Bloodshed, what's happening? How you doing? You're yearly. Oh, you pop in here once a year? Gotcha. What's going on? What are you playing? Hey, Alice, what's going on? It's going. You know, I thought we might have been able to get everybody together to go into the Enclave tonight to finish up the... Well, not finish up the quest line, but to continue the back half of the quest line. But we're doing pretty good out here, grinding some XP for the group. I'm everywheres. It should be called Crushing with Essien. Oh, that was weird. That's server lag. That was server lag right there. You see that? The CC there, and then the mob ended up over here. I think it's the server. I just had a lag event too. The wolf just teleported like 20 feet to the other side or whatever, and then I teleported to it. I mean, I could put a joke in here. I was going to make a joke that probably Essien and I would be the only ones that would know, but I would say, you want to know what happened the last time Essien and Krushnek were in the same guild? No, Essien and I were in Vanguard, over on Lucent Tree, and Vanguard imploded. Hey, Shawnye, what's happening? How you doing, man? What's going on? How's your Tuesday? I'm sweating, my friend. It is hot here. We're going on over 2 months of heat and 2 months of no rain. I mowed my lawn almost a month ago. It hasn't grown, and it's all gone yellow. And I was counting on the rain. And we're not really supposed to be using our sprinklers and hoses to water. And we had our first forest fire start up today, which is whatever. No rain in the forecast. A carry single pull just means that she's pulling by herself. It's not number of mobs. I didn't see it till just now. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Yeah, the one thing I will say right now with the warriors' abilities, the AoE taunt that they gave the warriors, it needs work. It needs to be increased or something. Like, if multiple mobs are pulled and only one mob is taking damage, the AoE taunt doesn't get anything at all. The mobs all still run towards whoever started the pull. That shouldn't be how it works if a mob has 0 damage done to it. Or 0 effect, for that matter. And I can see why warriors were complaining about it. Other than that, I mean, there's no real other ability that I would change. But the AoE taunt really doesn't do anything. Which is unfortunate, because the Dire Lord has the AoE yank, or yoink, which is a nuisance. Because the Paladin also has their Aegis, like anything inside their Aegis circle. But I've used this taunt, I think, like 30 times in the last 3 days, and it hasn't grabbed anything. Anything. I'm a little disappointed. I might post about it and see if somebody addresses it. I'm sure it's not a priority on their end, but having a skill that doesn't do anything when they're supposed to be polishing off all their classes to 40. Hey, Killing, what's going on? Have you seen a swan eat a duckling? No, I have not. Congrats, somebody. What's your opinion about the latest reviews of the game? People say after level 20-25, you always have to group and there's no people. There are people. There aren't a lot of people in the mid-level range right now because the game has been in early access for 7 months. That's a lot of time for people to level. There are a number of people who left or quit the game for whatever reasons and then came back at a low level and are having trouble finding groups because they left. Everybody else didn't leave, they're still here. And that's why a lot of the server right now, the main server, Stormona, has high level tunes, meaning 35 plus. There are low level tunes because players are rolling alts because of changes that have been made to the game, upcoming features that are coming into the game, new people that are being introduced to the game. But as far as the mid level, you're pretty much going to need to be on during I guess West Coast prime time, so Pacific time, so you're looking at 5 p.m. Pacific, I'd say probably 5 p.m. to 9 p.m., I'd say, and at that point it kind of tapers off. There are players that play during the day. A lot of people that play during the day are of lower level. A lot of the higher levels tend to show up in the evening. That's just the way it is. As far as always having to group, you don't always have to group. You can solo. You can solo to your heart's content, but it's not easy. and it's not going to be as rewarding. This game is not meant to be a solo game, a duo game, or even a trio game. This is a social MMORPG that requires 6 people to do all the good stuff. That's the way it's always been. People have complained over the past 4 or 5 months about why they can't solo, why they can't hang out with a real-life buddy and still kill stuff and get loot. Why don't we make the mobs softer and a lot easier so that 2 or 3 people can run through a dungeon? Go away and play something else. You clearly don't have time to put into this game, so please don't. Not you. It's a blanket statement. I'm just saying, to anybody who's complained about not being able to solo or duo or even trio through group-based content, just stop talking about this game altogether and go play something else. Don't post anywheres, don't talk to anybody, just forget this game exists. This is a game where you have to come in and talk to people and make friends and find a guild and join guilds and group with people. Like, you have to make effort. I've been at this for years, non-stop. I can't stop playing. I mean, if that doesn't tell you what I think of the game, I don't know what is. But people that are complaining right now, they're more than likely players who were here, left, came back. I don't know what to tell you. I promise you all these reviews you're reading about not finding people at mid-level, they're not new players. They're players who were here, left for some reason because they couldn't handle the fact that a game is in development, then they came back when there was content, and unfortunately they waited too long. So, your options are A, keep with it, try and do the best you can to make friends, find a guild, get in groups when you can. There is a level penalty, or there is an XP penalty that happens, I believe, outside of 6 levels. So if you can't find a group around your level at, say, level 20 or 25, maybe look at a higher level group, like a group around level 30. Eat the penalty and just get XP when you can. But you're never going to find a lot of people of all levels all the time in any game. You go to EQ, you go to World of Warcraft, you go to Final Fantasy XIV, you go to Guild Wars 2. You will not find a lot of players of all levels. It won't happen. It doesn't happen in any game. Like, people come in here and type the wildest comments about, oh, this game does this and this game doesn't. No, they don't. None of the games that exist right now that people are playing actively have a lot of players in all level ranges, so a person who may be new to the game can jump in, find a group, and crawl. It's not possible. Just stop talking. Like, you're talking to the wrong person. Go pull the wool over somebody else's eyes. But yes, this game is fantastic. For what this game has, it's fantastic. Like I said, I can't stop playing. I've been playing this almost every day of early access and a couple years prior. This is my 6th warrior. I'm sure I'll have a 7th warrior in about 2 months' time when we get Black Roasted. Wow, what a statement. I've been thinking about playing the game because I like the old school thing. This would be it. This would be it. It's social. The bottom line is, if you're not social, if you don't want to make friends, if you think you're just going to log in and someone's going to randomly send you a tell or an invite or what have you to a group, you're sorely mistaken. It's very rare that something like that happens. So make an informed decision before you jump into a game that you might not like. However, I will say this. If you plan on waiting until the game launches, which I believe will be next year, according to their roadmap, now would be a perfect time to pick the game up if you haven't already, because it's the cheapest that it's going to be. I believe it's around $40 US, and I believe it won't go cheaper, and I'm pretty certain come launch it'd probably be $10, $15 more. So, game prices are increasing. They started increasing earlier this year. It's going to be a nuisance, but I'm pretty sure they're probably going to tack $10 or $15 onto this for launch. So if you're going to play this game at launch, but you don't care to play it now, you can still pick it up, save yourself the $10 or $15, and have the game for when it launches. That's the best tip I can give you. It's the smartest tip financially. People come in here when I say that and they're like, oh, I'll just wait till launch. I'm not going to buy it now because it might not come out. Well, okay, fine. Just stop talking about it. Don't bring it up again. Like, everybody grow up. You all know what you're getting into. It's just ridiculous how often I put up with that conversation. We're all adults. There are no kids playing this game. You're a grown adult. If you don't understand how stuff works, I can't help you. I mean, I can try, but you need work. Not you. Again, blanket statement. Okay, hang on a sec, chat. We got it rough for a second. I gotta focus on the group. Got one there, one there. Oh no, we're only down to 2. Okay, we're good. They were making me think we were in trouble. I understand people complain too much sometimes just because they don't understand it. Oh, I complain a fair bit. Everybody complains. But the thing is, I 100% knew what I was getting into. I know what I'm getting into. I've been with this game for 3 years. I've been playing non-stop for the last 2.5, like non-stop. All of my playthroughs are on my YouTube channel. So I have a small YouTube channel. If you search for @Krushnek, and you'll see all my videos from the beginning of December, which is when Early Access launched. So if you want to actually see how the game has progressed, feel free. The newest content is a little over 2 months old, so you'd want to go back to about beginning of June, start there and go forward. Hey Yezi, what's going on? Well, see, when I hit the AoE taunt, everybody's registered. You can see the taunt icon show up above everybody's head, but I don't get aggro. I don't get active aggro from anybody, and you're supposed to, if they haven't taken damage that outweighs the value of your threat. But it doesn't work, so I don't know if they need to tune it up. I should have started using it when it first came into the game, but I told people I wasn't going to do it because the warrior didn't need it. You don't need to make the warrior into a dire lord. But now I realize even using it, it doesn't work. So there is that. I love watching the rangers jump out and jump in. That's such a cool mechanic. I love how unique they made the classes in this game. I absolutely love it. I love the versatility. I love the utility. I love the fact that most of the classes can be played in different, I wouldn't say different roles per se, but there's a lot of different loadouts you can make with classes depending on what you're fighting. A lot of people don't do that. A lot of people pick up their newest skills as they come, equip them, and then just go ahead and kill everything. But if you're smart and you pay attention to the skills that you get, there's a reason you get more skills than you have spots on your hotbar. You have to be intelligent about what to put on there depending on what you're fighting. Is it undead? Is it, what do they call it? Unlife? Unlife, undead, live or sentient, magical, like golems, melee, ranged, casters, all the things. Animals, humanoids. I think it's a frontal. I don't. Hey Josh, what's going on? But yeah, if anybody ever has any questions about the game, serious questions, feel free to type them here and, you know, I'll give you whatever information I have, or maybe somebody in chat will. But just remember, if you come in here and you start typing trolling, immature nonsense, all you're going to do is show that you're an adult acting like a child, and you're just going to embarrass yourself in front of a bunch of people on the internet. That's all. Oh. A little bit of server lag there. Oh, I probably shouldn't have done that. Camp is clear. Excuse me. I have plenty, but I'm too lazy to loot. Wouldn't they just need to get more dex and agility? Probably wisdom. And yeah, as far as playing through the game, there's enough content for somebody to level straight up to 50 without having to worry about grinding the same level 20 orcs for 5 weeks. You know, you can roll over in Sohirith, or you can roll in Avelia. You've got plenty of locations of all different level ranges just in Thronefast alone. Then you zone over to AVP. Got a bunch of content there. You could stay in AVP and go all the way up to like level 40 just from doing Hangor and Halnirs. That's not even coming into Eastern Plains or Silent Plains, which is where we are right now. Don't listen to people that talk about not enough content, no content. Those people are people who don't try to find groups, who don't put groups together, who don't look for guilds, who don't hang out with guildmates. That's who's given those kind of opinions. Again, this group, for example, they've gone all through this stuff. We wouldn't be here otherwise. We're not going to do the WoW joke of killing 7,459 boars just to get max level, or whatever the joke was in South Park. There's plenty of content to find to do. You just have to put the effort in to do it, or don't play the game at all. And that's just the truth, because you're going to get sour, you're going to complain, you're going to start talking negative for no good reason. But this is not a solo experience. This is not a duo experience. If anybody tells you otherwise, don't listen to them. This is a social MMORPG where you need to make groups of 5-6 people and go kill stuff. It's no different than EQ. Some of you may not have played EQ back in the beginning. Back in the beginning when EQ was launched, there was nothing. Ultima Online doesn't count. Completely different game. With EQ, you couldn't do anything solo. Don't even get it twisted. So for people to come in here now and say, oh, I remember soloing in EQ back in... No, you don't. No, you don't. Your back in the day was 15 years ago, not 30. Like, people just come up with the most ignorant excuses. And I'm not saying that as if all I do is talk praise about the game. I don't. I've voiced my concern. I've voiced negative opinions. But to those opinions, the root of those opinions is ignorance. It's people not knowing, not doing the homework, not putting the effort in. Look at other influencers or other streamers. There used to be a lot more people streaming this game up until about, what, 4 months ago? 4.5 months ago? They weren't running groups every day. I saw them. They weren't running groups every day. They weren't doing the social thing. And I had to hear from a lot of viewers about a lot of people who did nothing but complain about the game. And then I would go do homework and not tell anybody, and I would watch VODs of these individuals and see how they operate, and I'm like, oh, this makes no sense. I wouldn't listen to this person if you paid me. Like, as of right now, this game is not the same as it was 3 months ago, let alone 4 months ago, or 5 months ago. It's a different machine. It's a lot cleaner. There's quite a bit more content. There's more content coming. We're about to have a patch tomorrow, and I believe they're going to talk about the next big dungeon that's supposed to be coming out, which is Black Rose Keep. Now, we won't be doing that on Krushnek, because Krushnek is too high, so we'll switch over to the Paladin. Or possibly log in Crushiferous, depending. Crushiferous is 22 and Lancelot's 30. I need to find out what the level range of Black Rose Keep is first, and chances are we'll probably play Crushiferous because Warrior for Life. The Paladin's just silly. And for anybody who might be wondering what the best tank is, they're all fantastic. They play differently. All 3 tanks play uniquely. You have to understand how they play, and you will tank everything in this game. Trust me. There's my AoE taunt. It all registered on everybody, and not a single one came to me. See? That was the poll Carrie just mentioned. The Bobs just said, okay. And more than likely, come 2026, we'll probably start a fresh character and then take a character through whatever the game is at that point, because that'll be closer to what the launch will be, or the launch status for the game. So we'll want to do at least one character from the beginning and see how it plays through. We might do it beforehand, but it's going to take time, and I'm not sure. I know in October or September, we're going to be spending some time in Borderlands 4. I can promise you that much. So for those of you that follow me for Pantheon, you probably have a few nights off. Unless you follow along with Borderlands, it's entirely up to you, but we will be having Borderlands 4 in September, or whenever it launches. It's supposed to be September right now, but it could change. Speaking of streamers, is Ko still playing Pantheon? I don't think he's done any streams as of late. Did he do any streams during early access? I don't know. Will he be doing streams? I don't know that either. If I remember correctly, I think a couple of his viewers came in here a few months ago, and I think he had some concerns about maybe the game is being developed in a way that he might not be a fan of or something. I don't remember the exact details, but you know, he's got to play the completed projects, right? I mean, he is an investor in the game, but as far as playing it, maybe if Black Rose Keep comes out, maybe they do some big premiere for Black Rose Keep. Maybe they get Ko back or get another streamer to go through Black Rose Keep. I'm not sure. And the reason why I'm talking a lot about Black Rose Keep is because it's supposed to be what they call their premier dungeon. So it's supposed to be a big deal. We thought we'd have it by now, but it's taken a while for them to get it in the game. So I don't know if he'll be streaming. I would say, pardon me, you could always probably jump into one of his streams. I think he still streams during the day, right? You could probably jump into his stream and ask him, or ask his mods if they can ask him or something. See if he has any plans. I mean, I'm playing the game non-stop. I haven't stopped. I'm probably the most consistent player of this game. I legitimately haven't stopped in 7 months. Do I watch Primus and MMO? I don't get a chance to watch them because I think Primus streams the same time I do. But he was in here a couple nights ago. He actually raided me twice in the last couple of days. I jumped into his channel 2 days ago, I think. Hung out for a while, just see what he was up to. He'd been away for a while, and I guess he got back in, and I think the bug bit him. So I think he's playing pretty regularly now. I don't get to watch a lot of streamers. I work during the day, I come home, and then I'm usually here. But it's cool to see him back into the game. I believe he's really enjoying it, which is cool. I know a lot of the streamers that were streaming this game like 5 months ago. I know they all left. They all got burned out. They all got tired. They all got negative about the game because it wasn't what they liked or what they wanted. I get it. You know, maybe it's not for them to be in this game, you know, while it's being developed. You know, a game in development and a game at launch, they're two different beasts. And the thing is, I still honestly believe a lot of people who shouldn't be in a game that's being developed got into this game and got a negative or got a bad taste in their mouth because they're not familiar or not used with games in development. I've been in games in the past, in betas and developments, so I know what I'm getting myself into. And all of you know what you're getting. You knew what you, if you already have this game, you knew what you were getting into when you got this game. It was all over their page. It's all over Steam. Everything was in front of you playing. I get people come in here all the time and they're like, yeah, I spent $40 for this game and it's not blah, 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 blah. Yes, it is. You didn't read. That's your fault. Nobody else's. It's not VR's fault. It's not my fault. It's your fault. So deal with it. You're an adult, right? I get that all too often. Have you two ever teamed up? No, he's playing low-level content right now. I believe he started a new character. And I've been on Krushnek for the past 3 months. As far as Mr. Cottleshire goes, I think I knew Mr. Cottleshire in Seasons, so before Early Access. The name is familiar, but that's all I can tell you. I think we may have grouped once or twice. But that was over a year ago. But the name sounds familiar. But I know the other streamers have gone off to play other games like Androlin, Monsters and Memories, some of the older games like Ultima. I think some are even in EverQuest. If you mention the word charm, I'm reaching through the internet and smacking you. Oh, okay, go ahead. I had to say it before you got out whatever you were going to say. I had to say it. I wish I could tell you, but I can say this. Their focus the past couple of months was the new appearances that they gave to the stations. Those won't change for the time being. So the next step would be to go back over the crafting and modify it so that it comes out, you know, slightly less or on par with what may drop out in the world. I mean, they've already, in the most recent interview they gave, I think they were saying that the rare gear out in the world was still going to be the pinnacle. That was going to be, no matter what, that was going to be what you were going to go after. What you were going to be recognized for was having the rare, powerful armor that drops out in the world. But crafting does need to come up just a little bit to be under that and above what it is right now. But with appearance done for the stations, I would think they're crafting, they're probably going over the crafting currently. And who knows, maybe tomorrow, maybe they have an update, tomorrow, this week anyways, whenever they put the update in, maybe they have an update that talks about crafting. And if they happen to surprise us this week with, say, Black Rose Keep or something fancy, I'm sure they'll probably be on Discord or what have you, and they'll probably have a post or something on the official forums. So obviously, you know, keep tabs there as well, because what's in the patch notes might not be in the, or what's not in the patch notes might be in the Discord. Yeah, I was just using that as an example. What I mean is, any new content, they're going to say something about it. If it's not new content and just modifiers, you won't have somebody giving like an interview or an AMA. But if it's content, somebody will be saying something. Like, it could be the dungeon that's supposed to be over in Wild's End in the lake. Or it could be a dungeon that's supposed to be in Eastern Plains. Or it could be a dungeon that's supposed to be in Silent Plains. Or it could be the introduction to Badia Dakara. Who knows? I'm still sticking. I've been telling people for the past few months. The information that came to me is October. Yep. Not enough time for most of the server to be where we need to be for this quest line, let alone introducing a whole new dungeon. People have Halnirs. People have Hangor. They're not lacking for content right now. That's why Black Rose Keep is not important. This content was important because they were starting to lose their high-level tunes. Well, I was just telling my stream for the last 20 minutes, those people aren't putting in the effort to go find it. I'm on Krushnek number 6. I've leveled 6. I've been through all it's out there. There's more than enough out there to go from 1 to 50. If you're not willing to work for it, that's on you as the player. Not you, but blanket statement. I don't know what else to tell you, but I've done it. It's doable. It drove a lot of people bonkers, but like I said, the game's in development. We don't have a fleshed out continent, so we have to deal with what we have. But what's in there? Anybody who complains about not having enough content to do something, they're not doing enough, and ignore them. That's the honest to God's on my life truth. Ignore them. Yeah, there's the Mad. Yeah, there's the Wildlings. Right, and the Mad Mire too. There's nothing out there either for loot. Yeah, that's how the players back in February, like Vanguard for example, that's where they all leveled from like 32 to 49 or 48. They just went out, the rotation was go out there during the day, and then at 6 p.m. port over to Throne Fast and go to the graveyard. Then when daytime hits, teleport back over there, go to the Mad Moor, wait till nighttime, come back to the graveyard. That's how they were able to power level in like 4 days. Yep. 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 Oh, and that's why they did it, because you only have a half hour there, and then you got to spend the rest of the time, you know, at level capable content, which would be the more. So you got to have a wizard, or I don't know if there's a druid. Is there a druid fort over there now? Yeah, so you got to have a wizard, pocket or otherwise. Okay, yep, and that was it, and that's what they did. They leveled wizards, they put port in the game because people weren't going over to Wild's End when it came out. Nobody would go because it was barren, but VR wanted you to go. They wanted you to explore the area, get familiar with it. People organized this giant pilgrimage where they spent like 8 hours trying to cross from Thronefast to Wild's End, and then they said, okay, you know what, we're going to give wizards teleports. So they gave wizards ports, then druids got their ports or whatnot, and that was just to get people to the other side of the continent, no other reason. It was to get people over there in a finger snap. And it worked somewhat, but people didn't really stay over there until they started putting more content into Wild's End. Any of these? No, okay. Oh, yeah, but that's only recent, though. Yeah, but I'm going back to like February, like when they first put it in. Exactly. Hey, Decoy, what's happening? How you doing? You're on your monk? Right on. What level's your monk? How you liking it? $13 currently? That... Yeah. Well, my whole goal with streaming this game was to show anybody who would tune in everything about this game. So I made it my business to put groups together. Like before I met Carrie and Bobza, I pulled everything. I put groups together. I buttered up everybody's morale. If somebody had to stick up their butt, I pulled the stick out as politely as I could to keep the group together. I did 10 times the things I'm doing right now with you guys. And I did it on purpose because I wanted everybody to see everything this game had to offer, as opposed to just jumping in and waiting for somebody to invite you. Right. Your rogue's to level 23. Gonna play him again soon. Right on. Dude, the rogue is a fantastic class, man. Fantastic for what it can do. We have a rogue in our group now that does DPS, does scouting, does crowd control. The rogue is a fantastic class. Love the rogue. I've never played a rogue. I might play a rogue, I'm not sure. I gotta see what happens with Black Rose Keep. I'm pretty sure we're gonna be playing Krushnek number 7 for Black Rose Keep. And if not, we'll take Lancelot off the bench and we'll use Lancelot. I'm not gonna use Krushnek because Krushnek's too high. I'm not gonna take Krushnek through Black Rose Keep. That'd be a horrible experience for anybody who wanted to watch it. But that's the plan anyhow, you know. We'll see what happens. I'm pretty sure we'll take Cruciferous off the bench, though. Unless people want me to play Lancelot. If people want me to play Lancelot through Black Rose Keep, we'll do a Paladin playthrough and see how it goes. But I'm pretty sure Krushnek number 7 is going to be the culprit. What is happening? I have a delayed response. Hey, Primus! What's going on, man? How are you and your viewers this evening? Thanks for the raid, by the way. Hope you guys had a good evening of Pantheoning. The imp sent you? I gotcha. He has that ability. We had plans to go into the Enclave this evening, but the people we needed at the time didn't get on. So the group that we have right now, these guys just wanted to kill for XP. So that's all we're doing. Mind you, the fights are non-stop, so I might not catch everybody's comments right away, but I'm not ignoring you. It's just, it takes a fair bit of effort to manage these pulls. You'll see what I mean. These guys are going to make things crazy for the group. Fine, thanks. How about yourself? I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. I'm sweating to death. I'm concerned. We have our first forest fire in my neck of the woods as of about 8 hours ago, 9 hours ago. No real update about it. It's not near me, but still in the area, and I'm not a fan of it. We're on a little over 2 months of no rain, which has never happened in my lifetime. I'm sweating like a pig because I don't like the heat. But other than that, everything's good. Ogre Warrior? Yes, Ogre Warrior. Is this the new zone? Ash Breathers. Yes. So, the new content is 2 regions. There are the Smoldering Trenches, which are these here. These are the trenches. We're in the back of the trenches. This is the back, what's known as the back ramp. And it goes all the way through here, out in through here, and then way over here is the entrance. And the city is up over here, behind this mountain range. Then, inside this mountain, this whole mountain, this is the Enclave. It's the current endgame content for the dungeon. The Smoldering Trenches out here is rated 35 to 40. If you have a solid group, you can come out here about 31 or 32. And then the Enclave starts around 41. So if you have a solid group of 39, you can try the Enclave or break into the Enclave, but be warned, it's a tricky place. It's a tricky place. I gotta go walk the dogs, keep safe and hydrate. Thanks, Primus. Have a good night, man. Hey, Alex, you still here? See? Primus, man. Primus just popped by. These mobs can be very tricky. The group on average is a higher level than the mobs here by about 3 levels or 4 levels. They can still wipe us. This content is not, I don't want to use the word easy. This content is not as accessible as people think it will be, or would be. These guys can kill you quickly. Just about everything here has some form of fire attack, so you have to have fire resist. If you don't have fire resist, good luck. So I'll tell you this, if you have a character that's coming close to this level, like 30 plus, you're going to want to get a hold of a jewel crafter, and you're going to want to make the, I think it's the nickel jewelry? Yeah, the nickel citrine for the 9 fire resist. You're going to need that. If not, you're going to have a bad time here. Or carry a shaman around with you. I think a shaman can buff you 15 points. I think we're going to be in the Enclave tomorrow evening. So if anybody wants to check out the Enclave, by all means, it should be tomorrow evening. We got to get back in there because we're working on the access quest for the raid target. It's a very long quest line. It's like an EverQuest Epic Weapon quest. It's like 15 quests. It takes you all through the content. It's actually really brilliant what they did, because they didn't just give you an A to Z, right? They didn't give you the first updates at the beginning of the zone and the final updates at the back of the zone. They have you going all over the content to get your updates as you go through the 15 quests, I think. 15, 16 quests. So it's pretty cool. By the time you're done, you'll have been everywhere in the zone, which is crazy. Oh, there's the raid notification there. I don't know what the delay is. We're waiting on respawns. We're pulling this area pretty quickly. There's a bunch of mobs that spawn in here. There's some that spawn over here by these tents. There's 5 or 6 here, and there's a lot up in here and up in here. You guys want me to spoil the different abilities and strategies with these mob types? Or you guys want to wait and experience them yourselves? I'll give you guys a heads up on probably the most important tip I can give you for this area, the trenches. These guys here, the Cinderfang Wolves, if you're a tank, face them away from the group. And don't stand in front of the wolves. We are wearing pretty much best in slot. We still need to get a pair of gloves, but outside of that, we're pretty much wearing best in slot. All I'm missing out of the Enclave that I know of is a belt and the shield, and I've got everything else. You bought a new dagger for your robe? What dagger do you have? You bought a fang? Dude, fantastic. What did that run you? You bought a fang for 2 gold? Oh, 25 gold. Gotcha. Okay, okay. I was like, 2 gold. Somebody didn't know what they were doing. Yeah, the fang is fantastic. Now you just need to get a fell spike. I don't think anybody's gonna sell it, but now you need a fell spike. Is this where I say that I did that pull because I wasn't listening for the last 5 or 6 minutes, so I didn't know that I probably wasn't supposed to pull that mob? No. Yeah, it was me. I had a bunch of people jump in the stream, so I was yapping to them while I was tanking. You know how it is. Or maybe you don't. Anybody in front of us? No. Cinder folk right there. And after that guy, we'll go after that one. So, I'll let you guys in on a little secret. For those of you that are playing either a paladin or a cleric, during your playthrough, currently in this game, you may not get to a lot of areas that have undead, where you can utilize your DPS. Smoldering Trenches has a whole lot of these cinderfolk. Now, you're going to see chunks of health come off these cinderfolks. That's the cleric. Okay? That's the cleric. Just saying. If you think that you don't have any DPS targets or undead, you got to get up here. Every time we're on a cinderfolk, I have to be on my toes because the cleric will kill it in 4 seconds. Like, what they do to undead is ridiculous. Hey, Decoy. Thanks for subbing to the channel, man. Good job dodging those ads, and thank you for the support. I tend to talk a lot at points, so now that you dodge the ads, you'll actually be able to hear everything I say. But clerics out here are phenomenal, just so you guys know. Absolutely phenomenal. Watch this guy, watch. A little bit of health. Here's the cleric. Now just watch the health come off him. Look, boom, boom, boom. Hang on, we'll do it again. Boom, boom, boom. Clerics are so disgusting out here, it's ridiculous. But only with the undead, okay? The humanoids are not undead. You will have clerics that will get, what would you call it? Rage, lust, I guess you could say. They'll see a cinderfolk and their eyes will light up and they'll be like, oh, here we go. I keep getting told all night, hey Crush, you're not getting heals. When that happens, I know we're getting ready to fight a Cinderfolk. The group of 5 of us can go on any other mob in this camp, and the cleric will go on a Cinderfolk being held by an enchanter pet, and the cleric will have the Cinderfolk dead before the 5 other people have their target dead. I'm not even kidding you. It's been happening the past 3 nights, 4 nights. Like, clerics are absolutely disgusting against undead, just so you know. I group with 3 or 4 clerics on the regular, and they all get excited when Cinderfolk come into camp. Like, you may have played clerics in other games. Pantheon hit it out of the park with the undead. Holy smokes, did they ever. We have another raid. Hey, Dremt, what's happening, man? How you doing? Thanks for the raid, and hello to your viewers. What were you up to this evening? I'm guessing you're getting ready to call it night. Look, look. Oh, that's a fanatic. Never mind. That's the wizard. The wizard's melting that one. There's the cleric again. Watch the chunks. Oh, he's got to heal. Yeah, so he's our only healer. He's keeping everybody up in the group, and he's DPSing the undead. Look, 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 look. He just annihilated the Cinderfolk. Let the beer weigh off, right? Oh, another friendly tip to anybody playing a tank. When you're grouping with an enchanter and they bring their pet out, don't fight the pet for aggro. Keep doing your normal thing, keep establishing hate on the target, because when the enchanter pet goes away, you'll still get aggro. But don't fight an enchanter pet for it for the time being. They're just too overpowered, so let the enchanter pet do its thing and then pick it up afterwards. Don't get stressed out or beat up mentally because you can't pull aggro off an enchanter pet. Now, Bella Reed is one of 4 names that can spawn out here. There's 4 names that can spawn above ground. There's a lower trenches as well. There are doors throughout the trenches that you can go down underneath, and there's a whole other underground area. But it can be a lot more trickier. The mobs are more condensed, and there's a lot of undead, which is great if you have a cleric or 2. But if you don't, it can be a problem. We were running with 2 clerics the other night, and neither one of them was healing. We had a shaman healing. we had a shaman healing, and we had the 2 clerics just nuking all the undead. It was ridiculous. At one point, I think we had 22 mobs, I think, running in camp. We had 2 clerics, 2 enchanters, a shaman, and myself. I think. Yeah, it sounds right. When we killed Agonok back in, I think it was December, I think, or January, I had mentioned to Joppa that, you know, the loot table on Agonok was awful, because that's what it was in Seasons, and he had said that they have plans to rework it or to revamp it, but again, that was like 6 months ago and it still hasn't happened, so I don't know where that lies on priorities. Maybe they're waiting to do that area over, I have no idea. But they've known about that whole thing for 6 months, with that Fang being the only drop. I'm certain they're waiting to get everything in for the continent, and then once all the physical locations are in, then they'll start looking at redecorating. Box, the good Twitch friend I played with before, who also loved DQ. Very kind to meet you too, and I'm still surprised I had half a bed. See you later. Okay, Dreamt, have a good night. After Black Rose Keep should be out within the next 4 weeks. One could hope. My information told me October, but we'll see. We'll see what happens with this week's update. I think it's supposed to be mentioned with this week's update. So we shall see what happens. At least that's what I was told. I get told a lot of stuff. whether or not this stuff comes to fruition, I have no idea. But I'm told a lot of stuff by somewhat reliable individuals. I mean, I'll say this. I only just dung, what, 48 this evening, and I'm already 40% in, and we haven't been here that long, so I would side with, holy crap, 47 was a nuisance. Even so, 8 weeks. Yeah. The information that came my way, I believe, was that they were looking at October. But again, I could be wrong. It might not be the right information. But I'm told a lot of things. Now, mind you, I know a couple of things that are going to happen in the future, but I'm not going to say. So they're pretty cool. They're pretty cool. Yep. I think Carrie should get buffed up and go in through the back entrance here, run all the way down through the front, pull everything with her, go out the entrance about 100 yards, wait for them to clear, run back through the fort, and see what leashes and what comes with her back to us. Sorry chat, I have to apologize. I don't have the group on comms or on stream, so obviously you guys are getting my story only. That's on purpose. So I do apologize, but you can always ask what we're talking about. We're really just talking about how we can pull more mobs, that's all. We have an I run with an insane group of people. But Crush is where he always is. What do you mean? I pulled the first Iron Will you mentioned, and then I looked for the other one, and while we killed the first one, I pulled the second one. I'm like Batman. I'm always around. Exactly. You gotta watch these Cinderfolk as well, because they have a pulsing fire-based AoE that hits everything. So if you manage to get here with a group, don't stand near the Cinderfolk if you can help it, and don't tank near the group. I probably shouldn't be telling you guys all this stuff, because then you'll know what to expect when you get here. That's no fun. Right on. Well, this was awesome. Yeah, check the corpses. Okay, chat. The group is finished for this evening. Half the group has to take off. So we're going to go ahead and call it there. There's no point in me looking for another group or trying to put one together. The pickings are going to be slim, and I don't have enough time this evening to do a decent run. So we're going to situate our inventory at the merchant, and then we're going to head out for the evening. Unless anybody has any questions or whatnot about the game. I just won't have enough time to get into something. Again, tomorrow evening, we should be back in the Enclave. That's the plan anyhow. That'll be a fun crawl. You guys should definitely check it out. I think that's all. Probably get our food and drink restocked. This is Southern Plains, by the way, and this is the town known as Sky Durban. Oh, we gotta make a run to Demeth at some point. So this is the Sky City. As you can see, we are way up. For those who haven't seen this place. Now, it's a bit of a foggy day, so we can't see much of the zone from here. But this is the lift. You'll see the lift here. This is the lift to come up from the ground. And then, I don't know if we can see it from here because of the fog. No, we can't see it. So, there are these rock structures throughout the zone. Like you see these here. They're like mountains that were destroyed, or, you know, rock formations. There is a pretty large one over here. It's supposed to be a raid zone, a future raid zone. You can't get to it right now. There's a zone wall up, or there's a, well, I guess you call it a zone wall, zone line, what have you. There's a wall up there where you can't get to it just yet. But apparently a few years ago, this was shown on one of the streams they had done. But there's a tower back here of rock that has lava all weaving through it. And that's, my understanding is that's a raid zone. It's not in the game as of yet. And then, if you want to see the back half, this place is, it's a big place. So we come back here. There's a bridge here. You gotta be careful. You fall, you die. You probably shouldn't use auto run, and you should probably always be looking at your screen when you go across these bridges. Good guilds on the server now? As far as I know, man, we don't have any. I haven't met any guild that would constitute a nuisance or rude or whatever you want to use. I know most of the people on this server, at least level 40 plus, and everybody for the most part has been cool. So there's the warrior trainer there. So you come over here and you have a busted lift. This lift does not work. There's a lift down at the bottom, but it's broken. I don't know if it's ever supposed to work. You have some kind of a forest over here. If it was a clear day, you'd see it like perfectly. But there's an odd. These are like, I don't know what kind of trees these are. These are like mushroom type trees. See, here's from the back, you can see, and then you come over here. So where we were was right here. These are the smoldering trenches, right here. If you look carefully, you can see some form of siege engine right here, which I believe was used to attack the city, I think. But smoldering trenches where we were earlier are right here. The Enclave is this mountain range back here, and it goes pretty deep. It goes really far into the mountains. There's also another city on the other side of the zone in that direction, and I forget the name of the town. I think it has 5 letters, and there's a quotation mark in there somewheres, or apostrophe in there somewheres. I think it's like Tumar, Tumur, Tuzur, something like that. It's the dock city. So there are actual docks there. That's where they were going to put ships that were going to take you to the other continents in the initial design for the game. I believe we were supposed to have 3 continents at launch, but because of everything that they've gone through over the last 5 or 6 years, they had to change their strategy, which is why we're getting 1 fully fleshed out continent. And I'm sure they're going to work on other continents for the future, but right now they need something for next year. So that's why we have this 1 big continent at this time. But there's a city over here that has docks built onto it. Now, there are no working ships, and there are no ships in the game, but that's where you're supposed to go to catch the boats to go to the other continents. They may very well be expansions, or they might just be something they put in with an update if they get this out and they can focus on other stuff, right? If they don't have to focus about... So, in EQ terms, and even in World of Warcraft terms, we can consider this continent classic, right? So when they're able to take their focus off of classic, I'm sure we'll get another continent or what have you at some point. It could be an expansion, it could be an update. Now, a lot of people are excited right now because I believe we're supposed to hear news about Black Rose Keep this week. I'm looking forward to it because I'll be benching Krushnek, and I'm either going to take Krushnek number 7 or we're going to take our Paladin off the bench, which are lower levels, and run them through Black Rose Keep. I'm not going to run Krushnek through there because I'm not going to be level 50 or 48 going through level 30 content. That's insane. That's not fair to you guys as the viewer, because I want to show you guys what it's like to do a legit run through the content as we go. So I have a bunch of characters at different levels just for that. I need you guys to see everything about this game, because some people don't show you everything, and that influences your decision to maybe not pick the game up. But I will tell you, the game is in a good state right now. A lot of people that are playing this game right now are having a lot of fun. Like if we... Let me filter. Let me just say 40 to 50. Now, we're almost 1 a.m. We're 12 a.m. Eastern, so it's very late. You got to remember, Stormona is an East Coast server. These are all the people on right now from 40 to 50. That's a lot, and most of them are grouped. That's a lot of people to have on at 12 a.m. There's even more during the evening, during prime time. For high levels. Let me see what low levels look like at this time of night. Let's go... I mean, you could probably get 10 with relative ease. Let's go 10 to 30. So 10 to 30 on a Tuesday. Look at all those people. And most of them are grouped. The server's busy. Don't let anybody tell you because of the population drop that the game's not busy. The game is busy. These are pretty much the faithful that are playing the game. These are the people that want this game to come out, and they want to know as much as possible for when the game comes out. I group with a lot of cool people, and everybody I've grouped with, save maybe 2 people in the last 4 months, are really enjoying this content. Myself included. So here's where the lift comes up. So it's getting a bit clearer. So if you're familiar with the lower level zones, AVP is over here. So if you were to come down the lift and run that road and then stay pretty much to the northeast, you'll find a small valley that'll take you into AVP. If you go southeast and you run over here, you'll find a little valley that takes you into Eastern Plains. If you go over here, you'll find the dock town. Now, if you guys have a few minutes, I'll run over there and show you real quick. It's a work in progress. It has NPCs. It's not fully designed. And there's a wall that's still floating, so just remember. It is a bit of a run. I have to take the scenic route because I don't want to get my butt stomped by a giant titan. I know, right? And here I was trying to stay guildless so that I could, you know, just get passed around to everybody. I'm gilded, and I still group with a bunch of different people, so it's all good. Hey, model. Fighting Teledadris tomorrow? I'm not sure what the guild is doing, my friend. I have to wait and see what they're going to do. They might plan for something tomorrow. If it's not tomorrow, it might be later in the week. I'm sure somebody will have it killed. We were in there a couple of nights ago. The server went. There were like 70 of us in there. It was wild. We had 3 pulls on her, but she broke all 3 pulls. It was the weirdest thing, man. She spawned in different states, all 3 pulls. It was the weirdest evening. I mean, she was broken, of course. She's been fixed for a couple of weeks now. They just don't have it, you know, it'll be part of the update this week. Hey, 2. What is the max population per server? That's a good question, my friend. I don't know that. I believe initially when they launched the servers, I believe the population was 500, and they were concerned about increasing the player base beyond 500 because of network stability and the state that the game engine was in. This is before the Unity update. When they increased the number of servers, I believe they increased the population to 750 per server. I believe it still might be 750 per server. I don't think they went to 1,000 or higher. Now, somebody was in here a couple of days ago and told me that they believe that the population number in total active is around 900. That's across all the servers. Now, when I say all the servers, remember, they used to have 22 servers. Now they have 9. Now, Stormona is the most popular server, and it has 1 shard. So typically, Prime Shard, or Shard 0, is roughly 75 to 80% full 7 days a week. It's great. It's fantastic. Shard 1 is typically, on the pie chart, it's usually green, but what will happen is a lot of players will put groups together on Shard 0 and then move over to Shard 1 because content is taken, or they want to work on something specific, or maybe they're running a system where Shard 0 lags them and Shard 1 doesn't. And then some people may turn around and go, oh, well, didn't this game have thousands of players? Is the game failing? Why are there only 900 players? I'm going to give you the bottom line. There are people out there that should not be, oh, Wildbloods. There are people out there that should not be involved in games in development. That's it. No big long explanation needs, no conversation needs to happen. There are people that just shouldn't be in a game that's being developed. That's all. And then people turn around and say, oh, but this game's being developed for 10 years plus, blah, blah, blah. 2 words. Star Citizen. Conversation's over. You put $1 billion behind Pantheon. We have 3 continents. We have 40 zones. We have 25 dungeons. We have a staff of 100 people. Yeah. You put $1 billion behind Pantheon. We got a game. So here's the beach that hardly anybody goes to. It's a nice place to solo if you come out here and you can actually solo or duo for the level. I think they're roughly 33, 32, 33. Can't see them until we get a little closer. Or maybe they were moved? The blue dudes used to be there. Where'd they go? Maybe they're not rendered? Oh, I just jittered. They might be over here. There's supposed to be blue dudes down here, unless somebody's killing them all. Where'd they go? Oh, here we go. They're over here. Shard Claw Guardians. As you can see, there's no chevron. So they are, you know, soloable mobs. I believe they're around 32, 33. So we're going right here. That's the city. That's the start of the docks right there. That's where the Titan likes to walk around and eat people for breakfast. I still haven't been in there. There's some kind of building in there, or fort of some, I believe it's Wild Blood maybe, built in all in through there. But there's a giant Azure Titan. You guys may have seen one of Joppa's streams a few months ago where he was working on a giant block of a Titan that walked kind of like a gorilla. That's the dude that walks over there. Now, we may get a bug over here. So, you know, there's a known floating bug in the game. It hit us once. It might hit us again, I'm just saying. We might fly to the sky. By the way, you can't go past the ocean. It's a zone wall. Oh, you know what? Let's go this way. Let's go in through the front door. I love the music in this game, man. The music is so good. Some guy starts Citizen account. Yeah, where you yeah, right. When you're spending tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars on spaceships, I'm sorry, man, but like I got jokes about Bitcoin and NFTs, but I won't I won't use them. Probably be rude to use them, so. So there's the floating wall that hasn't been placed yet. It's a work in progress. I'm not sure where it's supposed to go because the city has walls all the way around it, but there is that wall there sitting off to the side, so we can just ignore that. I was told by VR that they will get around to it when they get around to it. So this place has the new graphics, of course, for the crafting tables. So we have NPCs through here. You have trainers. I think there's a general goods merchant, and I believe there's a tavern keeper. There are no quests. There's a quest line that brings you here if you know to come here, but there are no quests here. So your trainers, weapon and armor merchants, gray box here. I'm not sure what these are supposed to be. Silos, maybe? But these aren't decorated with anything. And then you come here and you're like, ooh, what's that? Now you can climb up there. However, some of this is transparent, meaning you can see rock, but it's not rock, so you might fall through it. So what you do is you come over here. Uh-oh. It's a dead end. What are we gonna do? Oh, just go through the rock? Okay, we could do that. There's the docks. You can hear they even added marine type sounds, which is pretty awesome. You can't get there, whatever that is. I have no idea. You can't get up over there. That's just, as far as I can tell, decoration for now, but I have no idea what's over there. But there's a zone wall right along here that you can't get to. Now, there is a bug around here where sometimes you'll run down to the ground and you'll end up floating up in the air. I've only seen it once. Oh, now. Oh, somebody been working on this? Nope, they haven't. So you can see they have texture here and then gray box here. So it's a work in progress. This isn't quite set up right. You can see the cliff side is kind of piercing through the stairs. But again, they'll get to it when they get to it. I just wanted to show you guys this town for those who didn't know it was here. So my guess is there would have been multiple ships. There probably would have been a ship here. I don't know if there'd be a ship. Well, maybe there's a ship that would park sideways here. Who knows? But if you had multiple continents, I'm assuming this would go to one place, this would go to another, and then this would go to someplace else. Now, I could be wrong, and these docks might never be purposed for boats. I have no idea. But it's the only city in the game right now on this continent that has docks. And ship travel was going to be a thing. One day you're gonna, yeah, fishing, man, fishing. It's the one thing that's not in the game at the moment. You have to buy your fish. And then there's nothing really out here. That's weird. Why don't I have a breath meter? I don't have an endurance meter either. Oh, there we go. There's the endurance. Oh, where's the oh, there's the breath meter. Okay. That had me freaked out for a minute. Yeah, there's nothing out here. I'm not going to swim all the way out there because it's just going to be a zone wall. Actually, we can just duck back now. So now you guys have seen that city, or that town. How far has Primus gotten with his character so far? Is he out of Thronefast yet? Is he an AVP? Underwater cave that leads to rogue trainer with quests. Decoy, it could be. They have significant plans for underwater. I won't say what I know, but they have plans for underwater. It's pretty cool. He has a 40 warrior, but I don't know what he's up to. He's playing other things. Gotcha. When you say he's playing other things, you mean other games or other classes? Because I thought he was playing Pantheon this past couple of weeks, wasn't he? Other class, yeah, okay, other classes, gotcha. We're gonna head back over to this. Oh, you know what? I can show you guys the encampment. I'll show you the encampment for the new content. By the way, I always sit down on this lift. The first time I came here, I was standing, and for some reason the server must have hit lag. I got stuck in the air like this, and I got dropped to my death. So now I just sit down all the time. Now, that's nothing, that's just latency. On that person's screen, they were standing on the lift. That's just latency. That's a summoner, by the way, with both pets. That's pretty cool. Now, normally I would swim down to the encampment, but there's something over here, and the water's not laid properly, and you end up falling to your death. You'll fall through the ground, wind up on the shore, and you're dead. And as you can see, the water needs to be realigned. That's the surface right now. Now there's a tide, which is pretty cool. You can see we're being pulled at, like, I'm not moving, but you can see the water's moving us. Was that a dinosaur? I don't know if that was a dinosaur or not. That was a duck-billed whatchamacallit. I can't wait to get back into the Enclave. Oh, the Enclave is so much fun. It's a tricky zone, man. The Enclave will end you something fierce if you're not paying attention. We have a number of the like what you would consider the best in slot items. Like, this is the best chess piece in the game at the moment. Then you move over here and you have the Pauldrons of Pyre and Ruin. If you notice, this armor is labeled as Heavy Plate. Heavy Plate is an armor type that is reserved just for warriors and paladins, so it's a new armor type. I believe we're going to start seeing more pieces of Heavy Plate. This is the first item right now that's Heavy Plate. Then we have the Scorched Adventurer's Hat, which is pretty crazy that it has 10 charisma on it. That's what gives us the Motorhead looking appearance. It's like a cowboy hat and a Burger King crown altogether. We have the sword out of the Enclave for tanks right now, the Cursed Soot-Caked Blade. What does charisma do for you? For an Ogre Warrior, faction, which isn't turned on yet, and buying and selling prices. Outside of that, charisma doesn't serve an Ogre Warrior at all. Which is interesting because if you notice, my charisma is pretty high. It's like my 5th highest stat. It's higher than my... Okay, so with the part 2 that they unlocked... So this content, which they unlocked a month ago. Well, 2 months ago, part 1 came in, which was the trenches. Part 2, they brought in the Enclave. When they brought in part 2, that's when they did the warrior rework, where they pulled all of our abilities and put them onto agility. There's no agility tank gear in the game. I've been through this on 6 different characters. It's not a thing. You'd have to rely on trying to find crafting pieces. So when that update happened, and all the abilities got transferred to agility, the dozen warriors that were playing at the time with me, most of them stopped playing because they said they thought it was ridiculous and made no sense to take all of our abilities and put them on a stat that we don't have. However, that evening I made plans with a jewel crafter to craft the agility jewelry for tier 3, so the nickel jewelry, and I used that to bring my agility up. Now, we started going into the trenches, and I started taking a significant amount of damage from all the fire that happens in there. So I ended up using the fire resistance, agility gear. Right there, 3 agility, 10 health. So we had the full set. We had an agility necklace, 2 rings, 2 ears. We also have fire resist, 2 ears, 2 rings, and a necklace. I highly recommend you guys do the same. It's very important because you're going to need to juggle pieces based on what you're doing. If you're in a group and you're taking a substantial amount of damage, you might want to throw on all your fire resist. If you're in a group and you seem to be doing okay and you're not taking a lot of damage, you might want to swap out some fire resist for maybe some intelligence, or in my case, agility, which is what I did to bring my agility up. The problem is, in this content with all the fire, I can't afford to put on my agility. So my agility is still, arguably, my worst stat. We don't use intellect, we don't use wisdom. Agility is our main stat, but it's lower than charisma. Now, mind you, I'm wearing a plus 10 charisma hat, so of course if I take the hat off, my charisma goes down. I'm just saying, it seems funny to me that agility is in, like, That's like a stat you would have at level 10, right? 16. And as far as I can tell, there's still no agility on gear. These shoulders, which were designed for warrior and paladin, used to have 7 agility and 7 dexterity. When they did the rework for this gear, as you can see, they took more than half of the agility and only took 1 point off of dexterity. So armor that's specifically geared towards the warrior, for whatever reason, they took away the agility for our abilities. Now, whether they did that to control us, to make sure our abilities stay low, I have no idea what their plans are. But I've killed everything in this content, and I've seen all the stuff that drops, and agility is still a problem. So if you are a warrior or an aspiring warrior, get agility gear made, because you're going to need it leveling up. When they did all this, they reworked a number of lower level items between 1 and 30 that drop in the game. I thought it would have been everything, but it's not. I don't know what gear it is. I haven't rolled a low level tune yet to go through that content to see what has agility. But definitely have agility jewelry made for you. Get a complete set. It might be expensive, it might not. I don't know, but get agility. So this is the encampment, or the outpost, whatever you want to call it. And these are the people that start you on this quest line to get flagged for the raid zone. So we're currently like 14 quests in, or maybe 12 quests in, and I think we're 3 quests away from getting flagged, which is fantastic. We're hoping tomorrow that we can get a group of the regulars on and then run through the Enclave to try and get the next step done, but it's all going to depend on who shows up. It is Wednesday, it's the middle of the week, and it can be a tricky day for the population. But what you would do is, you would come into this encampment, you'd click this book. Field Notes Index, it comes up with the new interface for the multiple choice. Or choose your own adventure, you go ahead and flip through. Back to the index, go to the next one, back to the index, more entries, back to the index, more entries, and then close the journal. And then you would talk to this guy, and Eldrin starts you on the quest line. Well, Eldrin and Gwendolyn. And then as you get to certain stages of the quest line, you may have to talk to a couple of different people up here in the encampment. There's also, this is known as the side entrance into the Enclave. So if we go through here, there's going to be 2 guards sitting here, no quests. And then there's going to be that guy. Now, day 1, when this stuff unlocked, a friend of mine came in here and got smashed into the ground. And then I came in here a couple hours later to help him get his body. I'd just gotten off work, I came home, I ran through the doorway. This guy wasn't here. What it failed to dawn on me was that there was a group that had already gone through and killed these golems. There's 2 of them. There's one here and there's one in the next room. So I ran through here with no golem. I'm none the wiser. My assumption was that these 2 friendlies indicated that this chamber was friendly. So I ran to the doorway here. I saw the archway and I thought, okay, the environment is changing. Maybe we're going into an actual dungeon now. Around the turn here, there's another golem. That golem was down because of another group. However, that golem was down roughly 14 minutes prior to me going through that arch. And I know you can put 2 and 2 together and figure out where I'm going with this. So I ran through the arch, I turned to the left, I saw my buddy's corpse. I ran over and I was typing drag to drag my buddy's corpse. And I got smashed into last Wednesday. And I didn't realize there was a golem there. And it was the funniest thing because it scared the crap out of me because I wasn't expecting it. All I heard was a thud, thud, pause, smash, and I was dead. I was like, what? I didn't even see the golem coming. He got me from behind, and I was like, what just happened? And then my buddy laughed, and he said, you just got killed by the same golem I got killed with. I said, you couldn't have told me? So you couldn't have told me there's a golem that spawns in that, like, he said nothing. He said absolutely nothing. And I went in to get his corpse, and I ended up getting smashed in the next week, or last week. Anyhow. So that's the start of the Enclave. I'm not going to go any closer. That guy's level 41, by the way. Look at the lighting. Like, I keep praising the lighting and the audio in this game, and the reason I say that is, this is legit. If you're inside the dark for this long, and you step out into the sun, you know how it hurts your eyes and how it gets so bright that your eyes take time to adjust. So the fact that it gives you this glare as you go through the entrance, and then transitions into normal light, I mean, come on. Seriously? Fantastic. Now, there's giant doors over here. I don't know... There's lore... So, when they unlocked this content, they did a phenomenal job with the lore. All the quests talk about the Ash Breathers and the Enclave and even the bosses that spawn throughout this content. There's also environmental story and lore updates that you get that fill in a bunch of information about how these guys were enticed by this individual and they ended up corrupting themselves, and it became a generational spread, and over the years they all turned to the soot, and how it's pretty cool. I'm not going to spoil it for you. You know, you guys can explore it for yourself, but I don't know what this door is for. We don't interact with it, but it's clearly stairs and a door, and the interesting thing is, it leads to water. There's no ground to walk up onto the stairs. So I don't exactly know what this is for. But that is a big door, and we hit a zone wall. Now, zone walls in place of doors or passageways typically indicate blocked access, meaning that something is supposed to be accessible on the other side of this wall. So maybe at some point this door opens, I don't know. But normally when you hit a zone wall, it's because it's blocked content. So who knows? But I've been to the raid mob already, and we got there from inside the Enclave. I gotta see if I think I can climb up here. Nope. Can I climb here? No? Oh man, where do you climb? I know there's a climbing spot. Give me a minute. No? Where is the climbing spot? Ah, here we go. So white stone, chat. White stone is the climbing. Trying to think if there's anything else to show between here and there. Now, we haven't found any zone bugs. I know in Thronefast there's a couple of spots where you run into it and for some reason it zones you over into AVP and vice versa. I also know that there's 2 locations, I believe, where you can still fall through the floor to your death. I'm sure they'll get fixed at some point. I know they've already fixed some of the tears in the ground. Unfortunately, not all of them. So this is the start to the trenches right here. This is the starting valley. City's over here. This is the city. Oh, can we see... Let me see if we can see the raid zone from here. It's massive, so we might be able to see it from here. Is that it there? I don't think that's it. I think it's right here. Actually, we just stuck back to town. What am I doing? We stuck back, we'll take a look. Gotta go over here. Oh, we still can't see it. It's right there. Hang on. Okay, we can't quite. I'm gonna run over just to show you the bare max distance. I'm pretty sure it's right there. I won't run all the way over there because it's quite a run to get over there. Next time I have Spirit of the Wolf, I'll run over there. Maybe I will have to run over there. Yeah, it's the right place. Oh, I don't want to fight any. See that? See that? That's just on the outside of the clipping environment. That's the tower. It's massive. You know what? Since we're here, we'll run over. I don't like this. I was really hoping they would have like a water fog here. I don't know if it's something they can do, where they want to do a you know, underwater content. We got to be careful of the wild bloods. Do you guys know the story of the wild bloods in this zone? How they came to be? Not game lore, but in actual real life. Like, were you guys following Joppa's stream when he was telling the story about the AI? The wild bloods are from AI. So the wild bloods, when they first came into the game back in February, I want to say, might have been January, they were humans, humanoid. Now I can't get close to them because they're going to aggro me and it's going to be a problem because they're all group mobs. However, they apparently were messing around with AI one afternoon, and they decided to punch in a bunch of information to see what AI would spit back to them. And AI spit back what the wild blood are now, and they decided to go with it, which is interesting. They're like a feline type race, but I really can't get close enough. I really can't get close enough. But anyways, yeah, they used AI to create the wild bloods, the new wild bloods. So there it is there. Now we have to get closer. You're not actually seeing the full detail. But we have to be careful. That watchtower tells me the wild bloods are nearby. I don't spend enough time over here, so I'm not expertly familiar with where not to step. There we go. There's the wild bloods there. Oh, don't get him as a target. There's no way to see them from this distance, but they have like a feline appearance. There's the druid portal in the zone. Now, I'm trying not to get aggro. How did we get over there? Did we climb up here? Oh, there's a Titan over here. I didn't know there was a Titan over here. I mean, I guess it makes sense if this is a raid zone. So that's a Titan right there. We're not going to go near him because he's going to eat us for breakfast. I don't feel like being somebody's breakfast. That's the biggest structure in the zone. Now, we may hit a zone wall. I'm pretty sure we're going to see full detail before we hit the zone wall. Man, I can't wait till they gotta add more population. There you go. So whatever this is that's crawling all through the rock, we have no idea. I'm calling it lava. It doesn't make a lot of sense, or magma, what have you. Molten something rather. But it's the only rock structure in the game that has this stuff going through it. Now this stuff should all be non-aggro. And if we come over here... Oh, there's another Titan. Okay. More than one Titan is bad. I'm thinking here's the entrance. But I can't get over there. There's a zone wall. But that's a raid zone. Apparently this was shown on stream quite a few years ago. Under the original graphics, I believe. Graphic engine. But that was this place. This is the only structure that has this running through it. Which makes sense because scorching seems to be the... I don't know if you guys have seen acclimation in the game. Toxic acclimation, frigid acclimation in Hangor. This is scorching. And that comes from Scorch Runes. Which is the new acclimation in the game. But you only get it from the trenches and the enclave for now. So they're going to want you to do the trenches and enclave to get the scorching resistance, and then you're going to be able to come over here. That's my guess. Now I think we hit a zone wall over here, so there's no point in going over here because there's nothing there. You can't climb any of this. That looks pretty cool. I can't wait to see what they do with this. I don't think I saw footage for whatever this is, but I can't wait. I can't wait. I'm excited. I'm excited, chat. I'm really digging the game. Like, I'm seriously digging the game. Okay, anyhow, I gotta stop yapping. It's almost 1:30 here, and I got work in the morning. I'm gonna go ahead and head out for the evening, guys. So to all of you that are still here, I hope you guys enjoyed your time here. We should be live again tomorrow. As I mentioned, the game plan is to hopefully be into the Enclave. If not the Enclave, we'll probably be in the trenches some more. We have to have everybody on to get the updates. Unfortunately, we can't just run with anybody because then everybody gets all messed up and everybody ends up on different steps. It's a real headache. You have to spend a lot of time doing this content. They definitely designed it so that you're there for a while. Anyhow, I'm going to head out for the evening. Thank you very much for the subs and the follows that took place. Thank you for the raids. You guys have a good evening, and I hope to see you on the next stream.